All right, let's get this thing set up here. Mic check, mic check. Looks like we got some volume. Volume's on. All right, let's go. Good morning, all. Good morning, Kirk. We have running a little bit late today. Good morning, Delphine. Let's get things set up so we can live trade today. So let's head straight to the charts today. And I will be with you majority of the day today. I might take a break to not trade in the lunch hour, but that's expected. After 11 o'clock, the probability of you having a nice big run is lower and lower. So today, let me make sure I got my phone set up too. Okay. Okay, so let me get this set up on both my sides. I'm going to be trading a few different things today. Need to get my other charts set up as well. And oh, it looks like my oil contract has already shifted. Great. I need to relabel everything. Okay, so anyways, I'm going to spend a little bit of time charting that in a bit, but today we have Tuesday building permits in a few minutes, followed by we have FOMC members today, so you know what that means. 9:30 a.m., 12:30 p.m., and it's going to be a little bit of juking around today, I imagine. So good morning, Delphine. All right, so let's take a look over at the charts themselves. We'll be trading one account today. I do need to open up a couple of things here. Just give me a moment here. Okay. There we go. All right, so weekly outlook has not changed. We still have the same expectation occurring this week, and we're going to keep an eye on that over the course of today. 17,809 is our draw today. However, let me take a look at fixing a couple of things here before we get started. So London looks like London has breached Asia's range, immediately rebalanced off of that, and then during 7 a.m. run, we got a nice 30, 40 handle spike up there, and it returned back to this fair value gap. So today we'll be looking for evidence of continuation. If we can continue higher, there's probably going to be some sells into today. I wonder if this week, if we're going to have a Tuesday high of week with a larger retracement, or if we're going to continue to rise as we are nearing the latter part of December. So 17,089 still remains my core draw. I would like to see that occur, but cognizant that we can always drop down into this area below the below our Asia range too. One thing I need to move though is I need to move my midnight open. Okay, let me go do that first. Midnight, we opened around here. Okay, good. And my charts there. set up. Okay, so I'm gonna look to see if we retrace at 8:30 a.m. I want to see what kind of movement we have, because I'm looking at this price here and I see that we failed to reach down into this fair value gap here. That would be pretty low. If we went by candles, that'd still be within a pretty low range there. Now there is this smaller one here that we came down into already. So we need to see if these ranges are respected or not. Let me look at the hourly a bit. Shift this over here a little bit so I can scrunch this up. On the hourly, there is a very small fair value gap within that Asia range. There's one that's left open around here. So I would look to see if we head down to that today, as there is a bullish order block down there as well. And I don't see any other imbalances on the, oh, there's one in the middle there. Very small ones there, but there's one in here and there's one in here. They're very small imbalances, but it does look like price continues to make higher highs here. So I would venture to say that we want to, let's mark these out. All right, we have our close. Here is where we closed the day. We don't know where we're going to open the day just yet, so we'll leave this here as well. And let's mark our highs on the day. So we have this as buy side liquidity. And then we've also got, let's mark this for now. This is 16989.25. So we have that there. And also we want to do the same with our Asia low, happens to be that low. I'll run these out to 5 o'clock p.m. Same with this one. Let's run it out to 5 o'clock p.m. Excellent. Let's make this a sell side liquidity. That Asia low is 16,911. Okay, so we want that here as sell side. And then let me take a look at a higher time frame as well. Look at the hourly, 4 hourly rather. $16,855.50, $16,855.75. Okay, so there's a 4 hour gap below below the Asia range. There's a 4-hour gap. Couple that with a bullish order block, which has not been traded to yet. So I'm thinking if we are meant to go lower today, then we will likely do so. Let me we need to see a market structure shift here though. But I would imagine that we would want to target some of that sell side liquidity first to pick up some more orders, basically. Let me see what the high here was. 16,914.50. Yeah, we ended up coming back and grabbing this bullish order block there too. Okay, so 4 more minutes until news occurs. And then you've got FOMC speaker right at the bell. So it's going to be a pretty wild morning, I think. And meaning it's going to be less trendy, I imagine. It's going to be more choppy. But let's see. Nothing fun about the SMC concepts. There's nothing really fun to see about those charts. They don't look great right now. Let's see. Equal highs on the Dow. Higher highs on S&P. Equal highs on the NASDAQ. So we'll have to see if price continues upwards for these today. Let me get to, I need to revamp some of my charts on the other. Let's see. Monthly. What did I do here? Used raise, didn't I? Couple minutes until the bell there. 61.79. See what I have my settings at here. Ah, that's right. Blue. Great. Okay, a few more moments here. Nothing looks super good as a setup right now. I do see on the 5-minute there left a little bit of an opening down below here. We came back down to this little fair value gap down here as well. We breached that now at 8:30. went down to a lower fair value gap on the 1 minute, lower bullish order block as well. Nothing high probability at this time. So we wait. In the current swing, we have, let me mark this out. PM. There's a buy side imbalance here. So that little thin line that I just drew out that you see here, there's a buy side imbalance there within, right within equilibrium. And then there's another one a bit further down here. So we're keeping our eyes out for those because that allows us to enter in an area of premium, or sorry, an area of discount if we're going to. We are in deep premium now. We are indeed. So does that mean that people are going short? Maybe, or short covering. But we certainly could, now that we've hit our weekly, first weekly target of that weekly premium CB low. We need to keep our eyes out for true SMC divergences here for us to see if we're nearing our tops or if we're going to continue to squeeze a bit. But for now, I have not seen evidence of us heading lower yet, so I'm going to keep with my bias until we are proven incorrect. So we came back down into a 5-minute fair value gap there, which is not in discount just yet. So I imagine price will head lower. Let me draw this hourly fair value gap a little bit closer. There you go. So these fair value gaps, you see how this 5-minute one is coupled with this 5-minute bullish order block? I am wanting to take a position roughly around here. Again, like if you take a position, I'm not responsible for you. You can and will lose money. I'm not certified by the CFTC to provide financial advice. None of this is financial advice, as is the disclaimer in the beginning of this stream. So if you take a trade, then be prepared to lose money on this. Also, YouTube is 20 seconds delayed, so be careful with that. All right, so we came down to a 1-minute bullish order block and rejected from there. Let's see if we go a little bit further to take. low here. 69.9.50. Yep. Okay. So we came down to a 1 minute fair value gap and we closed that bullish order block there. So we did not return back. Not yet, at least. All right, so we'll cancel this. Take a look and see if there's another play. But for now, it doesn't look like they are still creating higher lows, pretty much. So let's see. Keep our eyes out. Meanwhile, I'm going to go continue finishing charting. Alright, 61.79, 61.85. And this has to be dark red, if I recall correctly. I'm just waiting now, waiting for a good setup. Okay. All right, so that's it from the monthly. Let's see, this is 94.05. See what's going on over here. So we're retracing, that's fine. As expected. We're gonna keep our eyes on those two buy-side imbalances that I marked out. On the 15-minute, you can kind of see let me see. I would prefer the one lower. I would prefer the one lower towards the bottom. But they are both technically in discount, so I'll see how these play out. It was a pretty healthy reaction from that high of 16,989. And we're creating relative equal lows there on the 1 minute now. Let me zoom out a little bit on the 1 minute here so we can see a bit more data. Kind of see how there's that hourly imbalance here that remains. Starting to see a bit of movement here. Again, it's only 840. The better move was at 710, obviously. Return back to fair value gap, continuation upwards. Profit taking as well. So let me continue here. By 114.67, that's not really relevant, but we will put that there. Okay. Charts. Save this template. This has to be on all charts. Save as templates. Yes. Right. All right. So that should show up now on my weekly charts. So let's see what happened here. We bounced up again, relative equal lows. We're defending this quite well. 16,951 was the low there. 16,951 exactly was the low there too. And keep in mind, those two lows were not in an area of discount yet compared to the swing. So I imagine price is going to dip lower to take those out. Take those out, take that out. Maybe aim for this, potentially these relative equal lows as well. We'll see how price, let's see, we're at 16.5 something right now. So that puts us around here. Yeah, we're really close. I mean, if we open roughly where we're at right this very moment, then we will open up with a gap up, or sorry, a gap to the downside. And that would give us some movement here all the way down to here. That could give us some movement to get down to where we would like to see them come back down to, as there is a bullish order block which hasn't been traded to just yet. At least not on the real-time hour chart. So we wait. And as we wait, I go chart oil on my other chart. And actually, I need to add data ranges. Okay. Let's see. What's going on with color ranges? Okay, there is vertical line. It is December 1st. Over here. And let's take a look over here. Anything happen yet? Nothing yet. So we wait. and red and dark magenta, 30% opacity. Percent opacity, 2 pixels. Red, 2 pixel, 30. On all charts, we see, how did I have that? Okay. Straight line. All right. Have a straight line. Now we need to. So it looks like it bounced there, creating that relative equal low. We're heading up to a 5-minute sell side imbalance here. But we've been creeping up for the most part, so I will look for us to head lower at the bell, take out some recent lows there. Hamza, good morning, good morning. I'm doing well. How are you doing, Hamza? How's your week been? I know it's only Tuesday, but hopefully you've had some good week, good days. Right now I'm charting oil while we're waiting for price to hit New York Open. There's nothing happening right now, nothing high probability, no major price runs, so we wait. Actually work, will it? How did I do this? How did I do this? I just counted. Yeah, if I'm just counting. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 26, this one here. Okay. This should be dark magenta. Let's see, this as B excellent. Hamza, I'm good, my friend, and all good for now. Great, good to see, good to see. So let's see how we react at this fair value gap. There's a SIBI here, but keep in mind we've been creating higher lows this whole time. So if we're gonna head for something, it'll be these relative equal highs up here first, then the midpoint of this wick, and the high of that wick. Asia and London pretty much accumulated. London bounced off the Asia range itself. Can't really see it as easily here, but it is there. So let price fight it out a little bit in the morning. Do recall that at 9:30 a.m. there's an FOMC speaker speaking. So what that means is that at 9:30, algos will pick up on things that Fed speaker Barkin says, and they will manually adjust price accordingly. So be careful trading at open. It's going to be a little bit of a goofy time, in my opinion. Okay, let me finish charting on this side. Okay, let's keep that there. Let's move this 620, 40, 60. All right, so still nothing happening. We wait. We are patient. We are patient, good, solid traders that would look for our setup. If there is nothing here, then we wait. And there certainly is nothing going on right now. Could you have made money here taking that low to high? Yeah, absolutely, but it didn't fit within what I was looking for, so I did not end up taking that. Although, had I been looking on the 1 minute, that would have been a nice little 10-pointer there. So we are just waiting as we chart. Oh boy, what is going on here? I see if the data ranges. I do. Why is that? Weird. I do 4-hour have them? No, they don't. Monthly has them though. Oh, I know what I did. I know what I did here. Okay, I need to switch these up a little bit. Duplicates. New tab. Make it a weekly. There we go. That's what I did. Remove. And I can also duplicate this. Monthly. Replace this here. Wonderful. That's what we needed. Series 12, 15, bond with 7. Wonderful. That's what we needed. Daily 60 minutes. 8. New tab. We want 240. 12. Great. Okay, just figured out how to chart some of my other ones. And we see a little bit of pullback here, but right now it's just consolidating. It's in the middle of this little range that we've created from Asia low to New York open kill zone high. Ideally, we would come down to take out the lower buy side imbalance that I see here. Ideally, we would take that out first, as that is coupled with a bullish order block on the hourly time frame. So I would like to see that taken out first. If we are going to head lower, then we'll aim for 16,911 first, and then aim for the short-term lows that we see there. Of course, heading down to the new week opening gap and volume imbalance that we had mentioned during pre-market prep. But we would need to see like pretty strong evidence of that, though. We haven't seen anything but higher lows and higher highs. So until we see a shift in market structure according to that, we're going to stay on the consensus that we're still heading upwards. Okay. Let's take a look at the week. Okay, let's copy this and unlock. Let's turn it into a weekly 90.27. And let's make this line at 2. Template, save as a 1 week buy side cornflower 2 pixel. Okay. Great. So we as we can see, we've given up those gains and are heading down. We need to see how price reacts at this short-term low here with this fair value gap, with this 5-minute fair value gap beneath it as well. We have relative equal lows on the 1 minute down here that you can see. Combine that with this, I think those are also relative equal lows, so we will wait. That is the first area of discount that we potentially could trade down to, but I like the lower one better. I like the lower buy side imbalance that I've marked out here better. Not to say it can't retrace here and continue upwards, but let's see where price goes before 9:30 a.m. and that will let me know where I need to be getting in. Okay. Weekly levels. Got. Let's see, this is the highest high. I should probably mark this on the daily. Highest high here. One. And that is more of a daily, so let's mark that. It's 84.02. That is a daily. And let's add some text here. Is the fonts. What's the font on these? 14 pixels. Use Montserrat apparently. The 90 to 27 here is a weekly short-term high. Seeing some movement in oil here. See if this movement continues or not. we kind of expect oil prices to rise with the outstanding socioeconomic things that are going on right now. So I'm watching that closely. All right, so let's find the highest high, find the lowest low here. Well, copy, paste the lowest low here. And that needs to be a template of south side. It should be 1 pixel. Save this as a 1 week day south side depth 1 pixel. And let's see if that was a weekly one too. It was. Make this 2 pixels. Save this as a template. 1 day, 1 week, south side. 2 pixels. Okay. And what else do we have here? All right, so $9.08. We've kind of given this kind of range that we are trading into. So we need to wait and see what kind of movement we might be able to get today. See, this is a low 70.69. $70.69. What are my weekly levels are solid 2 pixel orange red. High 69.06. 69.06. All right, oil has given me 10 points here. Sell one and then move our stop to in profit on oil, and we'll let the rest ride as we need. And we got stopped out. So about $100 there on oil. Not too bad. We think it's still going to go up, but for the time being, we'll let that trade go until the day begins. And we will finish off our login here. Need to redo this one here. I don't understand why we have this segmented the way we do. Okay, let's see. What is this? A height of 79.93. Seems fine. It's fine. Fine. Okay, yeah, all these are good still. No issues with them. Okay. So we're about 18, or sorry, no. Yeah, 18 minutes away from open. Again, be careful at open today, specifically because Fed member is speaking. There can and will be manipulation. Wait for the dust to settle. Look for your key levels to get aimed for, and trade your trade your play. So we wait still. And I'm still charting my oil chart because I had to roll over the contract, so I have to rechart everything. So I'm going to continue charting that for the time being on my other account. It's low here, 80.52. Here's 80.52. A weekly low, yes, it is. So this needs to be a weekly low. Week hold short-term low there. This was a low of 72.70. Short-term low, short-term high, marked, good, good. Let's go down to the daily charts next. Got the weekly imbalances there set up as well. Weekly volume imbalance up here. any other ones? Yeah, there's some weekly imbalances down below, but there's no fair value gaps on the weekly charts. Looks like it's pretty even. All right, let's see what we got here. As a reminder for those folks, I will be trading with you this week, but this week will be the last week that I'll be trading with you. I'm going to be taking Friday the 22nd off to the new year. I'm going to take that whole time off because I'll be away from the computers. I'll be traveling. So I hope you all get a chance to enjoy time with your loved ones, take some time away from trading. Well, don't let me tell you what to do, honestly. You can trade if you want to, but I will not be here. I will not be recording. I will not be placing anything, any trades, because I won't have a computer with me. Simple as that. Somebody does 69. $69.06. Okay, let's see. We see some weekly imbalances up here. Volume imbalance. Yeah, we could definitely trade up to those volume imbalances. Let's mark those. Open here is 75.64. 65.64. Close 75.87. Mark that as a volume imbalance. My volume imbalances, what are those? Have any volume imbalances marked? Okay. All right, so again, on the 1 minute, it created two relative equal lows again. So we'll note those. There's two sets of relative equal lows now, exact lows on the 1 minute time frame. So note that 5 minutes bullish order block along with that fair value gap that's right beneath that first BISI up here. I think that this one will be important as we reach New York Open. now we'll continue to wait for that. Okay. Black. Charts. Save this as okay, good. Space. Let's save our workspace. We have a weekly draw up there. Weekly charts. Daily charts. We have relative equal highs there. Daily, we have this segment here, which is a high 74.61. $4.61. Outside liquidity. And we do have sell side liquidity as well, but we aren't looking there on oil. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Now, hold short-term low, discount this high. Hourly imbalance here. And let's get a sense of what our cities are. Red 10, solid 20% opacity, cornflower blue 15. So let's go with 10% opacity or 15% opacity. Save this as see set. Let's also change this to what is our template here for red, right? Save this as a city. Good. Okay, let's load the busy. Good. And that low is a 72.12. All right, so we're seeing a movement back down at the beginning here as we get closer and closer to the start of the day. So 9:30, again, I favor the lower buy side imbalance here. I favor this one here. The reason being is that that is in a little bit deeper of a discount, and at the bell, we could certainly see us head down there. Another reason why is that that's at a bullish order block on the hourly chart. There's a bullish order block there, which also hems in that segment there. On the 1 minute, you can kind of see how we've already traded to this segment here. But the thing we haven't done is we haven't traded to the remainder of this fair value gap here. We have traded to this one already. So that's why I favor us heading first down to this segment here, which is going to take us to about a 70% optimal trade entry. In addition to that, that's going to be close to it can peak below that. It can peak below that, but if it goes below this midnight opening line, then I'll take a long there and we'll ride that one. If I'm wrong, it will head down to take this short-term low out. I'm fine. I'll deleverage if I'm wrong at that level, but chances of me being wrong diminish greatly if we wait for that level of discount. So hopefully that makes sense. Again, this is not trading advice. If you take a trade, it is of your own volition and your own decisions that your model says that you can take the trade. Do not take any of my trades as you can and will lose money. I'm not certified by the CFTC. So we'll give this a little bit of run time here. We'll keep this kind of scrunched up there as you can see how price reacts there, but I'm watching that on a different screen as well, so make sure you have all your things in a row. 2 minutes till open. See what's the high here, 72.97. Looks line black. Okay, so there's a bullish order block on oil as well. One minute buy side imbalance as well. Okay, so we came down to that BISI there, and we immediately responded there. So I need to see how we open here in a few seconds. Do we head lower first is the key question here. Or do we, okay, here we go. So we've opened. I want to see if we head all the way down to where I was hoping we would go down to, or if we just see price move up from here. Remember, there's a Fed speaker going on right now, so the algos are in full force here. You be careful here. Lots of manual intervention. All right, so we see movement upwards. We might have a little trouble here, but let's be careful. Okay. We can de-risk now. And if we get stopped out, so be it. Not, we can add sell limit at our target up there. And let's see if we can get to our buy side target first. Raise our stop. Let's see if we can get that tagged before we get stopped out. That would be ideal if we can get that 16,989 first, that buy side liquidity there. We might get tagged out. Okay, so we got tagged out there. That's fine. So it almost reached the buy side liquidity there, but that was a lower time frame scalp. We should head lower to pick up some fair value there. But again, like that's where I probably should have been watching the BISI there being taken quickly. So it probably will go for buy side now. I just raised my stop a little bit too high too quickly, so it is what it is. I'll look for the next play. But that was a good play. I was expecting it to go a little bit lower today, but I did, you know, I could have probably set one contract there maybe and seen it run. So that's something that I'll note for the journal later. Use a small contract because that would have been a nice run there despite a small drawdown. I think the drawdown was maybe 6 handles or so for potentially 20 handles. So pretty good run there. So let's see. Price came down into that 1 minute fair value gap that they left open. Opening bell, we opened roughly here and came down about midway, roughly midway for where we from the opening to the midpoint of the opening range gap there. So we see a low, high, lower, low. So I would treat this now as a bullish breaker. That one there. So if it heads down there again, I'll seek for us to re-enter to head up to that buy side. It can go lower, don't get me wrong. It can certainly go lower, but that is one of the signatures that I'll be looking for here. Now remember, a Fed speaker is speaking, so it doesn't have to go down there. But from a charting perspective, I would prefer it if it went down there, because that would mean we are closing in a bit of that range that we jumped out of, and longs are getting smashed here. They're getting chopped out. Again, I think longs are getting chopped out here. This is a riskier one, but I think it will be fine. We'll stick to our drawdown of 12.5 handles. If it blows through this, then so be it. No big deal. Our stop is now below the candle of this bullish breaker here. If we see it head much lower, then we might reconsider our position, but we want to see it hold here, basically. Because there's price being mitigated here, and that's the concept is there are people who went short here who are trying to buy out of their shorts to get long again and to mitigate their price. Now there's also potentially smart money here hopping in who also want to get long around this area too. So we will keep our stops here, and if we get stopped out, then so be it. You know, the trade did not work out in our favor today. All right, so it came down to a bullish order block there. And we'll see if we can, let me see if we can get a little swing projection here while we're waiting. Okay, so let's take one off around here. Okay, so we'll let our breaker continue to run for the time being, and we'll raise our stop once we get to the profit target there. Otherwise, we'll keep our stops here for the time being. If we get stopped out, then that is the nature of being offside. Then that will tell us something, right? So we'll let this trade ride out so far. We'll take profits as we reach up into that 100% mark. So there, we should be safe to move our stops up to break even now. But we're going to keep it here for the time being until we see something drastic. So we should see some pretty big green candles if we're going to go take the buy side now. And if not, we'll see some really big black candles too. We're just sitting and watching price here. There's a rejection block it's nearing right now on the 1 minute. So it can certainly come back. We should see it push past this mark here and head up into the buy side inbound, the buy side liquidity there. We should see that happen soon. So there's the first target. We can de-risk the rest of our position now, and we'll wait for terminus above us. So if we don't, we get stopped out in profit. That's totally fine. We'll move our stop to below. Yeah, just below here should be fine. Hopefully this is helpful, everyone. Me talking through price action. I can give you a sense of what I'm doing here in terms of projecting where I think price can go. So I am taking roughly ideas wise, I'm taking my next profit around 17,005, maybe a couple pips below that. And then if it heads there, great. That's what I use this swing projection for. If it doesn't head there, then so be it, right? Doesn't matter. I'll get stopped out in profit. And I'm okay with that. Well, let's see what happens here, right? I need to take care of oil. I need to see what's happening over here. While that trade is going on, I'm going to watch oil on my main account. Nothing yet happening here. We just see continuation to the upside, aiming for potentially this rejection block here. What is that open? Opening price 74.47. And that is a buy side liquidity, which I don't have. All right. How did I not set these? Buy side liquidity, all charts, buy. We go to 5 o'clock p.m. today. Let's see what happened now. All right, so it looks like we did not get stopped out there. We can raise our stops to the midpoint of this 1 minute fair value gap here. I like your precision. Thank you. Thank you. That's what we do when we get to ICT, right? So here we've taken out a buy side liquidity. We'll let this ride. We'll raise our stops to the midpoint. So let me show you this. We should not need to head back to the midpoint, or rather the mean threshold of our bullish order block here now. If price does, then we're going to head lower. So we'll raise our stops using the midpoint of our bullish order block there. And let's see if we can get to our 17,005 mark. I'm ready to close this as well if we see some really big movement below. But we did take buy side liquidity there, so just note that we certainly can retrace. That is buy side liquidity. That is where people went short. So we came down to the bullish order block once more, traded to it. Now if we see us trade above this 1 minute bullish order block that created here, then we should be home free to get our terminus there. And for the time being, we'll keep our stop here right at the midpoint of this bullish order block, the mean threshold of it. And we want to see price support above this line. We don't want to see it close below this line if at all possible. Because if so, it's going to keep going lower and we might close out of our position, but we'll see. Generally, when buy side like that gets taken, you see some form of retracement here. Given certain other confluences, I'm considering that this will not give a full big retracement here. But that could be the case. I mean, we went down to a buy side imbalance to pick up some more orders there within the bullish order block there. So I'm thinking if it heads any lower, we'll get stopped out on balance. That's totally acceptable. Nothing wrong with that by any means. And let's see if it drops down any further than that. We're gonna get stopped out here. All right, there we go. Okay, so good, nice little profit there. We rejected from the buy side, which, as we might expect, we would. There are some further levels below us, but I hope that was helpful. That's really all we were looking for today. Let's, maybe, what is this? 750, 370-ish dollars today. So I don't know what this turns out to be. It's only made like, what, $74? 75 times 5, about $375 today. So not bad. Good while we're building up our accounts, basically. So we'll continue to build slowly and surely. So as you can see, once we failed that bullish order block there, we came back down to the breaker. And look at that response at the breaker there. Very interesting, but is it sustainable is the key question. We came back down to a 5-minute bullish order block, right? So this is a bullish order block as well. So that could have been a re-entry within this area. And that would have given you about 10 points right there. Rejection from this, we're going to have to see the hourly, see how it closes. If we close above it, then we'll look for price targets above. But again, like we had been looking for this buy side liquidity all morning since we saw that. So entry during this hourly fair value gap was mentioned, although I preferred the lower one, so I missed this initial move. But moral of the story, next time, worthwhile to take one contract, very low leverage there, and see if we could enter there and head higher, because we would have had, let's see, what would this have been? 50, 60, 70, 80, about 30 handles or so of profit. So that's 30 times 0.5 times 4. So that's about $60 on one contract of micro NASDAQ. So pretty good there. Oil, my goodness. You are just chilling. You are not doing anything today. Rose a little bit, but nothing like yesterday. All right. So 950, let's see where this macro takes us. Since we took buy side liquidity, we need to now look for where are the sell side liquidity areas? Where are the sell side imbalances to be traded to? Well, first one that comes to mind is this short-term low, right? If we head to that short-term low, there's these short-term lows down here. If we head to those short-term lows, there's these short-term lows down here. And then there's that imbalance here that I was talking about on the hourly, right? If I move this up a little bit, you can see a little bit better. You can see the hourly data here. This is a weekly SIBI low down here. Let's see if I can move this. So it looks like it traded to this bullish order block and has now bumped up from there. So let's see what we've got here. So that's a It's a nice little run there. Nothing happening right this moment, so we did see that in the morning we took out this area of liquidity, sell side liquidity first, traded to this 5-minute fair value gap as I mentioned, and headed up. That was the core play. Right now it's really kind of just meandering around. There's nothing really happening. The next event is Fed member Bostic speaking at 12:30 p.m. today Eastern. I imagine we will continue to slowly rise until that point in time. We have 8 minutes left on the hourly chart, so I mean, we're seeing some continued respect of that bullish breaker that we have there. So hopefully that was helpful. I want to reemphasize that stop management earlier, leaving my stop below the candle of the fair value gap was absolutely necessary because there is a bullish order block down there as well. But we hit our targets and we were able to capture some profit from there. We don't see like right now I don't see anything super high probability. Nothing that's gonna run really far at least. So I'm just sitting on my hands right now. I have profit across all the accounts. And this was trade copied across 3 or 4 accounts today. So little bits every day, little bits. Let me see if I can show. Let's see if we see those executions here. So you can kind of see how I did a quick scalp here, very small. Waited for it to enter on the breaker. Stop management here. Took first profit at target, second profit, stopped out in profit. So could I have had more? Yeah, but kept to my rules. Yeah, so if you like that stop management, give this video a like. It doesn't do anything. Nobody sees it that you liked this video, but I appreciate it. It helps with the YouTube algorithm, and maybe some others can benefit from this too. So now with this type of movement here, there is a sell side imbalance on the 1 minute that we could reach up to now. Remains to be seen what happens here because there's a 1 minute bearish order block here too. And we had a short-term low that we broke down through. But we haven't created a lower low just yet. Everything that has sold off has been bought into quite a bit. But I am not trading this right now. Maybe see if there is a 10 a.m. move. Nothing here screams super high probability, especially and particularly going to the long side in such a premium. Very difficult to do, right? Conceptually, very difficult to do. But seasonal tendencies seem to support this. Price action seems to support this. And anyone who's shorting too early is getting squeezed right now. And that is the story for the month of December. Is shorts will get squeezed. There's no question about that. Until we get into maybe the first or second week of January, I do think that shorts will continue to be squeezed here. Again, oil not really doing much. Okay, let's see. And if you think about it, um, let's do the math here, right? Was I going for insane R to R here? No. 12 and a half handles times 0.5 times 4 times 2 contracts. So I was risking about $50 to here make $74, right? So 74, I mean, I guess math is easier if it's 75 divided by 50. So about like 1.5 to 1. So if I can do that each and every day, then we'll hit the mark on one of the payouts pretty in no time, really. And we'll slowly build the account, right? So 75 times, let's say 5, 10, 15, 20. Oops. So within the course of a month, if you were to make that each day, you'll have 1,500. 2 months, you'll have 3,000, and you'll easily be able to get payout, right? That's if you're trading every day. That's if you have the time to trade every day, if you have the discipline to trade every day, and you have the concentration to trade every single day. That would be something that's a little bit more stomachable. One contract, even for me, especially for me, one contract sometimes just wasn't enough of a to feel that $60 wasn't enough. I didn't respect it enough, so I kept on wanting to do more, and that led to some performance accounts being blown. In this case, 2 contracts is reasonable. I can leave one to run. I can take profit on one, kind of like start to build those really, really good habits of taking profit. As you can see, we're at buy side once more. We've had an arduous journey reaching back up there. But if we break out of here, I do think that we'll head upwards. The hourly is about to close here, so that's quite telling how we took out sell side liquidity and have not come down since. So do I re-enter here? No, not yet. I think I look for a 5-minute displacement candle. I want to see this candle really rip upwards, and we want to see major displacement above this buy side here so that we can treat any shorts as mitigation block, basically. All right, hourly candle is about to close here. Nothing really above us. Projection would take us to, oh gosh, what does this end up being? Next levels would be oh, just kidding. Maybe we are destined to head lower there. That was kind of nasty. That was nasty there. That just got a lot of longs out. So hourly closed above, but this second hourly candle has seen some major selling here. All right, so so far this breaker still is being supported here. We need to see if it's get treated as an inversion breaker. we certainly have areas of liquidity below us that we pointed out earlier, so we're starting to see price head below some of those short-term lows there. So keep an eye out for that. All right, so we've closed below. Watch for that. See this displacement below here? High, low, higher, high. If we return to this, oh gosh, this is a high, low, higher, high, and then displacement lower. So you can kind of treat this as a fair value gap to head to lower prices now, above 16,965.50. It's tough here. I mean, we need to see price come back up into this sell side imbalance first and reject further, because this displacement here kind of it makes me think about like, hey, are we potentially shifting lower, or are we just going to keep chopping in this range? That could be even more brutal, right? So keeping an eye on this. I don't know. I can make a case for both sides, so that's why I don't love any major long trades. So we rejected from that sell side imbalance now, right here. And let's see if it treats this breaker as an inversion breaker, or if we just respect it and head higher. But make no mistake, we are in a range right now, and we need price to give us clear direction as to what area it's going. Yes, my overall bias is still bullish, but we need to see how price reacts here. Okay. Let's see what we got here. So slowly creeping upwards here. Nothing that would make a long feel comfortable taking a long here anytime by any means. But it is creeping upwards. I mean, I'm still seeing signatures on the lower time frames that are supporting higher lows for the time being. I'm not taking any more trades per se, but not during this time frame yet. Not long, at least. So there we go. That breaker still seems to be holding there. 1 minute, we just went down to a fair value gap and to a bullish order block. So let's see how this reacts here. You can kind of see that bullish order block here. Buy side imbalance down here. We came down to it, traded through it, closed. Now we're expanding higher. If we head back down to this bullish order block here, I think that will propel us above these relative equal highs. And what I can do is I can trade sim here and wait for price to head back down. I'm going to head back down just a little bit more. Okay. All right, so we are still juggling within this range. You're right in the middle of this range, so any plays that you take right this moment are going to be relatively low probability. If you can wait it out long enough, I'm thinking that we head higher, but again, like, it's hard to tell right now. Given that these sell-offs have been pretty savage, I'm skeptical of these slow creeps up. Now, we absolutely could just blow off and ruin any shorts that were short today. Certainly we can. Oil dropping here. There's a fair value gap that I need to mark out here. Bullish order block as well. Let's see. You're watching this. Price has closed in that fair value gap, which got created on that last impulse leg down. This. Oil, I'm waiting for an optimal trade entry from the latest swing. Let me see what that looks like. Okay, I'll need this fair value gap up here. All right. Hamza, my vision is that NQ will go short and take the two equal lows of the day and hit yesterday's 15-minute bearish order block. Then go higher. Hit yesterday's 15-minute bearish order block. Okay. Not sure which bearish order block you're talking about because I don't see any on the 15-minute. But especially going to the downside, you don't typically look at those. You typically look at bearish order blocks when they're in a premium, not in a discount. NASDAQ, let me take a look and see how are our others doing. So NASDAQ on the 15-minute has formed a higher high. Same with S&P, same with the Dow. So we are all three indices in concert with each other. So I I'm sticking with my bias that we are heading higher. Despite being in a premium, of course. The day's range can also be served as a discount and premium as well. If you take a Asia low to current highs, you can see that we've already gone down into the equilibrium for our day's range, and we've bought that up quite precipitously. Next to the line that you have in your chart, low of the day. Okay. I see a bullish order block here. Typically, bearish order blocks would be like this one here. That's a bearish order block because you're in a premium. Price trades up to it and then heads lower. I mean, before you can see an FVG afterwards. So this is a bullish order block here with a fair value gap. So yeah, that could be a target, absolutely. But looking at price here, it has completely squeezed any shorts out. With that move up, shorts are now squeezed. They are trying to hold on here, but they continue to be squeezed. Sorry, my bad. Oh, bullish order block. Yeah. That makes sense. That would make sense. Yeah, you're good. Yeah. Sometimes these terminologies, you know, they are confusing sometimes in the beginning. So we look at this price signature on the 15-minute though. Look at all of this. Every single time buys have come in and saved the day. This isn't fun to trade here. It's not easy to trade here. But look at how strong that bullish order block is here. And even on the 15-minute as well. So that should tell you something about price. All right, so now you're back at your buy side area of liquidity. Your 15-minute is spiking above as well. So now you're going to have FOMOers come in as well. Anyone who went long got demolished by these retracements. Anyone who went short there and got in late, they got squeezed out as well as they're trying to average up. So I see us continue up to 17,005 area is probably the next area of potential liquidity. Or rather, target. Target might be a safer word. Oil has dropped down into a bullish order block area. I am looking for it to drop a little bit further before I go long. Taking a look at the oil charts. Okay. Oil is kind of just continuing to it ran and rejected off of a bullish order block there, but it's not in premium though. That's what makes me think it's going to head lower first. So another reaction at that buy side being protected. So looks like price, there are people trying to get out of their positions here. Potentially shorts trying to add on to save their squeeze. I think that the shorts are not going to be happy. I think it doesn't seem like it, at least. Saeed Pegmulti, hello, hello. Good to have you here, bud. I don't know if I'm going to trade again, though. Let me see. 7,005. All right, we're starting to see some movement higher. Need to see us if we support this bullish order block here, which we so far we have, but don't necessarily want to be greedy. But I do see us continuing higher still. Nothing high probability that I see. You might see something, but I don't see anything super high probability, especially being in this big of a premium. We've already gone down to take some of the areas of discount that I was looking for. Silver bullet happened already on the 1 minute. If you can see in the breaker, there's a silver bullet which formed within the bullish breaker there. That was a key level there. So silver bullet play is no longer valid here, in my opinion. And see what we have. So we want to see this bullish order block respected here, if at all possible. We don't want to see it head lower. I'll take another position here. Tight stop loss here. So I don't think that it's gonna, yeah, I was thinking it was gonna reject from there quickly, but no, it looks like it's gonna fail there. So no big deal. Why do TradingView and NinjaTrader charts differ? The 1 week chart shows we are at all-time highs on TradingView. Yeah, so it depends on what you're looking at, Kevin. If you're looking at the continuous contract, then that puts all the contracts together, and you'll see data from previous runs. You'll see that actually you'll see that TradingView takes the previous year contracts data as well as the current contract data and combines the two. So if you're gonna be looking for the exact contract, you need to look for the exact contract on TradingView. So you can't just be looking at NQ1 exclamation mark. You have to look for the March contract for NASDAQ. So NQH is the contract for NASDAQ. March contract, rather. So, you won't be able to see everything on the weekly on that either, because the March contract only has a certain amount of data. So the only way you can see previous data is by looking at the weekly, or looking at the continuous contract. So it's possible that the data shows differently, but that is just what you have to deal with on TradingView. I mean, oh shoot, looks like it ended up going. We'll try one more entry here. Let me see what we can do. One. And let's go. There we go. Let's see. Will price stabilize above that level? This last candle might just be a flushing of stop losses. Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, my targets are 17,005, and we'll see if we get that. If we see some really market sell-offs, then we'll know we're off sides, right? So like this, we very much so could be off sides here. So we'll raise our stops a bit, and if we get stopped out, then that's it. We want to stay in profit. We want to stay in green for today. If we lose out on this play, no big deal. It is what it is, but we certainly want to preserve any green that we can today, right? What time is it? It's about 10:24. So it doesn't look like there's anything much happening here, but there is this bullish order block to consider. If we drop below it, obviously we're off sides, right? And there's a lot of selling come into play right now. So right now is not like high probability times to trade, as you can see evidence there. We're in such a big premium that it's very possible that we just lose the trade there. Again, that's like a low probability trade going long where we're at right now. Very low probability trade here in this type of environment, but can it work out? Absolutely. I will enter once more. Here, we'll keep the stop loss down here. We'll keep our profits taking roughly around these 2 points here. And again, if we get stopped out, then man, that would be not fun. Looks like we're gonna get stopped out again. All right, well, we gave up our gains from today. This doesn't bode well for longs at all. This type of price action generally, I mean, it's pretty insane how quickly it went down to take out those stops, right? It does look like it's still creeping upwards, but very, very methodically and very, 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 very tricky here. Need to take a quick look here. On the lower time frames, it certainly does look quite choppy here. Oops, shoot. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, well, apparently I double-clicked that one, so I need to figure this out. All right, you know what? We'll just stick with our 1715 here. We'll remove 2 here, and then we'll hold for the time being. If we see it drop to 85, we'll close out. That was a mistake on my part. Again, don't follow my trades. You can and will lose money. I'm not a financial advisor. If you take a trade, it is on your own volition that you're taking it. I'm not certified by the CFTC to provide financial advice, so do not take my trades. Take them only if you see something there. And I'm seeing some pretty ridiculous consolidation here, so I really don't like where we're at on this. Watching this really closely here. These are not trading conditions you want to be trading in. I just misclicked here. So I'm going to need to manage this trade quite closely. Volume imbalance here. One minute. Okay. So we have price creeping upwards, but continuing to sell off as well. Again, these are not fun conditions there. Should be able to raise our stop loss and profit here. Because if it drops, it's going to drop quickly. All right. So this can very much so spike all the way back down and just drop out. So I'm really weary about that. So I've raised my stop to be in profit right this moment. Since we don't want to get caught out on major, I mean, this is improper stop management here, but I also don't want to get caught on a major reversal here. Looking at these price bars, it looks okay. Looks like it's going to continue to creep up, but manual intervention can certainly come into play as well. Okay. We get to 10 points, we'll trim a couple. All right. So far, so good. We don't know if price will continue to creep upwards, so we're just being really careful with this here. We're going to take 2 off. When we get to the 10 mark here. So right around here is when we want to take these 2 off. We might get our stops taken here. Okay, good. We're still in profit. That's fine. It came down to a bullish order block and a volume imbalance there. So I want to take that and re-enter about here. Stop loss is below this. Below this here. And again, I want to take 1 off around here and another off around here. So I'm trading off of that volume imbalance on the one minute chart. If it's not respecting that bullish order block, then we'll know pretty quickly. And it doesn't look like it's respecting that bullish order block there. Yep. So to the downside we go. We have any fair value gaps below us? We do have a 15-minute bullish order block here. And we took out some sell side there just briefly, but I think we've taken out, maybe let me check the higher time frames here. So we still have a bullish order block that we're within on the 15-minute, and on the 5-minute we have a high of 16,982 that we could reach towards. 16,983.75 was the low there. And we are still within this 15-minute bullish order block, but there's quite a bit of movement below us that we can certainly attribute for still. What time is it? 10:37. Let's see. Is there any way for Ninja to see high, lows, and close for each candle? Yeah, you can see them right now. You see the high, low, close for each candle. We enter again. We keep on getting our stops taken today, unfortunately. So we will look to take profit here and here as well. And we'll keep our stop where it is. In fact, I think we could head all the way up to here. Oh, don't tell me that went up to my take profit and just dumping from now on. That went right up to my take profit and then just stalled. 17:06 exactly. And then it might come back to stop me out. Not fun when your price targets don't hit like that. Again, I think we still head higher, but let me see what happens at this bullish order block here. If we can support that, then we can re-enter. What is this price here? 16,982. Exact. So we just hit that now. Do we see evidence of us heading lower? We do. We see a huge drop down there. I can't see where we are potentially heading higher here. I mean, we see the prices shifted a little bit to the downside, but we haven't created a lower low just yet. Question is whether this is something that we came down. So it came down to take out a bullish order block here. We'll see if we break through that or if we hold. We'll keep our stop below this low because if it's taking sell stops out, it's going to continue taking sell stops out, right? At least until it gets to a certain level down here. So there's relative equal lows down here that it might be reaching for. And I need to see displacement higher if I'm going to take a long. I need to wait for that now. And I'm not seeing that. So don't see displacement just yet. We need to see a bit of consolidation here. So I am seeing a slight shift in structure here, but it can still go lower as we bounced off of the 1 minute bullish order block there. We came down to just above that breaker. So let me re-enter here. And then I'll re-enter a couple more when we head lower. We'll keep our stop loss beneath this short-term low here. It could just reject off of that as well. So there is a SIBI formed there now. So be careful here for all longs because this could just reject from there. I am of the impression that we are still to head higher, but we have indeed gone quite a bit up, right? And price seems to be rejecting off of that and not supporting. So if we see some movement down, we'll close out. Yep, we'll close out here. I don't think price is going to be supported to the upside here. So we'll reverse for the time being. Right at the exact spot that it starts to go back up again. And we'll aim for the real-time hour low, which is down here. Where could price go to next? Well, I do see these relative equal lows, this short-term low here as well. Price can certainly retrace first, but I would like to see it head lower if at all possible, to take out these short-term lows down here. So we'll take a buy limit down here. That's what I'd like to see it take out. 1045. It's holding here. Still holding here quite well. We need to see it drop out. Otherwise, we're going to chop around here for a little bit. And we might get stopped out once more here. 9:21, 9:30, and then 1 minute time frame. We touched the standard deviation 2 of the open leg. Yeah, it was quite a bit up that we ended up heading up to. I think we're in too much of a discount to take this short, so let's close out here. Let me take a look at the 15-minute. We bounce off of the... Man, these are really tough conditions here. We do have an overhanging SIBI above us. I'll wait to look to see if we gain any confirmation here, but yeah, pretty rough set of circumstances today. Okay. I'm trying to see if what we have here. So let me bring this out over time. I want to see if this gets respected still. So it looks like we did bounce off of that segment there. I want to see if we respect this bullish order block, basically. On the high there being 16,964.75, which it barely got down to, but not quite. And if we blow through that, then we will aim for that short-term low here. No evidence. Yeah, 17K is a really strong level. Even level for sure. All right, so they're creeping down still. Nothing occurring right this moment. And as we achieve London close, we need to see if we see a market structure shift on this side or not. So even though we had price move up quite a bit, we can see how it was very low probability to be taking longs up in this premium, right? Here, I'm starting to see a little bit of short-term shift here. So let me take one more position. We'll leave our stop loss below there. Actually, we need to leave our stop loss below the lows here. And we will see how much of an expansion we can possibly get today, if we can. Right, so we'll move our stop into profit here as we can, trade up into that SIBI, and then lose it immediately. Watch out for the low here, 16,987. So far, so good. All right, price is back at that buy side liquidity area. Seeing price head upwards still. Filled in the sell side imbalance so far. And we need to see how price reacts here. So good. We're seeing a little bit of sell here, a little bit of fighting around this level. We should be able to move our stops up at this point in time. And we can keep up there for the time being. So now we can shift our stop to below this fair value gap. And we'll look to see if we run for the shorts that just got taken out there. Keep ours right below the midpoint of that. I'm choking this up, this stop up, because we're at and above that buy side liquidity area from this morning. I don't want us to head much lower than that, really. So I'm okay with us taking profit if we head back down there. We should see some folks here. Okay, so we need to see this mitigate here if we're gonna have a shot. We want to see it move up quickly from this level here. We want to see price react very quickly from this level. Otherwise, it's gonna retrace a bit. All right. So let's see if price gets supported here. Okay, good. So this low is 16,988.25. So we were one tick away. We need to see it continue to support this. Otherwise, we're going to head lower to retrace. Delphine, if we want to remain bullish, we must stay above the PDH. Prior day's high, yeah. I agree. So far we have. We certainly have objectives up to the higher side of things that we can reach for right now. But we can also reject quickly. And that has happened. We've seen that happen before. Okay, good. We're seeing good signatures there. We want to see those signatures where we are constantly seeing them respect those. We want to take a look and see now. Oops. So now we have this mean threshold here. We want to keep it, keep our stop up to roughly there, below the 50% mark there. In fact, below the 75% mark as well. Just a little bit there. And we'll wait to see our targets aimed for and tackled, hopefully. So that buy side should get tackled this time around. If it doesn't, then we'll trade lower. But all those shorts there, all the people that went short up there, those people are being targeted now. That buy side is being targeted. We should not see us return back to the consequent or to the mean threshold of that bullish order block there. People are definitely going to try to protect the shorts, but if it's algo is taking it up, it's going to take it up to blow those shorts out first, since there is liquidity resting above there. And it's clear to the algo that there's liquidity resting up there too. If it's unable to do so, then, well, then we turn a bit more on the bearish side. But for the time being, we haven't created a lower low. We have continued to respect bullish order blocks for the most part. And we certainly are looking for us to head to this 17,089 weekly premium consequent encroachment as a potential further target for us to head even higher. So now we need to see this bullish order block respected here. Otherwise, and this volume imbalance respected as well. So there's that volume imbalance here. We see that bought up quite well. We can move our stop to below that volume imbalance here now, as we should see additional orders got picked up there to head higher. And we should see these buy stops be taken out soon. Take care, trade safe. Yeah, absolutely. Jacques Van Munya, middle of the second candle. Not sure what that means, but I remember seeing that, but not sure what that means. So right now we're closely watching this. It came down into this bullish order block and has erupted from there, from that volume imbalance. We are keeping our stops right around that volume imbalance so that once we take these buy stops out at 17,006, or we get stopped out in profit, either way is fine, but we would have preferred for it to take out the buy stops first and respect that bullish order block. It's having trouble moving upwards though, especially since it's London close. This very well could just peter around for the time being. But I would like to see big green candles to rush to take out those buy stops. That would be ideal for me. I would much prefer that. But then what we're getting right here, this kind of piddle paddle around type price action. Oil, oh goodness, I did not pay attention to this. I should have gone long there. Missed out on that one, that retracement. Should have been paying more attention to oil there. All right, so we're at London close now. Usually, as it gets closer to lunchtime, we might see a run on stops, potentially. Here, look later on the video and your movement. Gotcha. All right, so we are seeing this movement up. We want to see it take out 17,006. And once we do that, we can move our stop to the middle of this bullish order block here. So there we go. We have one. We move our stop to the midpoint. Let's call it the 25% mark of here. But the midpoint here should be safe now. We'll move it down to roughly here, just in case. But that midpoint 16,997 basically. $16,996. We'll say 16,996. And we will leave a runner. We'll leave a runner over here to see if we can hit the 300 mark, or we just get stopped out apparently. So okay, so we took buy side once more and are retracing down below those bullish order blocks on the lower time frame. So that was a nice little move there. Still in the red for today, but that's fine. We know we can find plays. There are a few areas of, we see like 1, 2, 3. We haven't seen price disrespect this area yet. So we want to see if price heads lower down to this, some of these fair value gaps down here, before we head lower. All right, so we just took out this sell side real quick there. We have a 5-minute fair value gap coupled with a inversion fair value gap here as well. It is 11 o'clock though, so we should see price start to lower in volume. So we traded down into that into a down close candle here. I wouldn't consider that to be a bullish order block, but we did reject from this once more. So let's see, when you had this black candle, fifth candle sell, seventh as a close, you'll have to specify $10.38 wick, main threshold, no close above. 10.38 wick, no close above that yet. Not yet, but we did have an immediate rebalance off this mitigation block here. So kind of wish I had kept mine lower. So we should be heading up to 17 015 would be the next level. 17.016 would be the next level there. So we create another high. Jacques, have a good day as well. So we didn't quite trade down into this fair value gap. We bounced off of this mitigation block here. And again, I think we're headed towards 17.016 next. We do have relative equal lows now on the lower time frame there. We have a bullish order block coupled with a fair value gap there at 1700. So that could be an area to retrace to. The market is strong. Absolutely. Market always is strong. It's the end of the year. Yep. Absolutely. Santa Claus run, Santa Claus rally, right? All right, 1700. Let's see a little bit lower here. We'll try one more entry here with a sell limit of 17.050. We'll leave that there, and then we'll leave one sell 17.026. So I think this can go lower, but I wanted to do one entry there. And I want to do another entry when it gets down into here. If it gives it to me. Again, don't follow my trades. There's a bullish order block here now. Volume imbalance on the lower time frames. Buy side imbalance on the lower time frame. So that's why I have I've got a buy limit order here. And I've got my stop below the candle low because I don't want it to head much lower than that. Now this does kind of look like a 3 drives pattern, but I don't think we've reached a key level yet. So I'm keeping that in mind. Oh, doesn't look like it's gonna give me the entry, is it? Maybe not. All right. Let's see. $17.016 should be the next take profits, followed by $17.026 here. All right, well, it doesn't look like we're going to be getting our level, so let's raise our stop. So 17.016 is the next level there. Santa Claus started in November this year. Yeah, absolutely. Santa Claus rally was very nice in November. That was a wicked run. Watching this closely. And we're seeing price start to peter out a little bit. All right, we're gonna raise our stop loss a little bit up to the low of that fair value gap. In fact, we should be able to also lower it to just below this short-term low as well on the 1 minute time frame, unless we see us retrace back to there. Okay. So it looks like price has found its place. We're retracing a bit. Buyers are still here. That leg down was the confirmation we were looking for. It just happened later than expected. Yeah, I mean, that's an optimal trade entry. That's a retracement there for sure. Now we should start to see some movement higher here. And once we take out that 17.16, we can raise our stops and profits. Or we could just not get up there at all. This is the kind of price action we expect during lunch hour, right? So we're gonna move our stop up. If it drops down and takes us out, then so be it. We certainly don't want to play around here. It can do its thing and chop around. So it either takes and hits our targets, or it stops us out. Actually, we might go for gold and wait for consequent encouragement up there if we have a runner, if we're fortunate to have a runner. I don't know if it's going to head that high, but likely it's going to retrace and take us out. Because our stop's choked up quite a bit here. It's not giving the trade very much room to run. But we also don't want it to stop us out and be even further deep into the red that we are. So we just got stopped out there as expected. Low probability moves, 11-13. We're in the lunch hour. We're going to see lunch hour consolidation for the time being. I don't think we're going to have a huge move by any means. But yeah, I think that's it for the morning. We'll come back in the afternoon and see if there's any other plays to be made. We'll see if we can get our red day back into green. Our green day, red day, back into green. So I'm going to be back. I'm going to grab a quick bite to eat, and I'll be right back. Give me a moment. All right, we're back. Need to charge my phone real quick. Okay, gotta check a couple things. All right, so what do we have going on right now? Not really much. We have maybe 5-point moves at a time, looks like. So nothing crazy. So just happened here? Oil has dropped down into a bullish order block and is potentially heading lower still. I think we'll wait to 73.50, see if it drops down there first. Ethereum price head down to buy side imbalance here. There's also volume imbalance down there too on the 1 minute. Buy side imbalance here, bullish order block. We'll see if that sticks here, right? Gotta check a couple things on my main laptop. Eat some eggs, get some protein in for all y'all. Hope you ate breakfast. I might start streaming a little bit later so I can have some breakfast in the morning. It's not really fun trading if you're hungry. All right, so we have this fair value gap to consider. Actually, that should be. It should be considered an inversion fair value gap. Because it's coupled with another one that is this buy side imbalance. It's coupled together with that. So we need to see that respected as an inversion fair value gap. Now keep in mind, that blue line, that mitigation block that we have here, we see price has immediately balanced off of that, right? So we're looking to see if price continues to bounce off of that, or if it breaks down now that we have a 1, 2, 3 drive up. And certainly we see this short-term low, short-term low, short-term low, short-term low on the hourly. We saw a sell side get taken here at the end of the day. So what we want to be cognizant of is that while we have returned to this bullish order block, if we return back to this and close below here, we're going to head for this short-term low. Now, in a premium, if we see this immediately rebalance off of this, that could be a different story. But if we're seeing like an immediate reaction off of this, that would be ideal. And kind of go. That's what we're really looking for, an evidence of us being able to create movement higher above this. Right now there isn't terribly much. In fact, it keeps creating lower lows. And we've actually broken down below that mitigation block area now into this range of the buy side imbalance here, and these two buy side imbalances as well. So price reacted there. On the lower time frame, we see a little reaction there. Nothing major, nothing to take a position on. Right now, it does seem to be creeping lower. So we'll see how it reacts first at this segment here. This combo of bullish order block combined with this fair value gap down here. That's what I'm interested in. Johnny, where's the setting where you can point to a bar and see the price? On Ninja, you can use your mouse 3 button to use this and look at any particular price. I don't know what that is for TradingView, but I mean, this you can at least use your mouse 3 button. I'm just clicking in on a mouse. It's a roller thing that I have. And I think there's a shortcut. You can change the shortcut in NinjaTrader if you want, but yeah, that's what that is. I think Kevin, you had asked something earlier. Let me see. I missed a lot of chat. Is there any way on your high and lows and close, like on trade? Oh, price. Oh, that's what you were asking about earlier. Yeah. So I just clicked down on my mouse 3 button, and I can see the open, high, low, close values. Took out sell stops there. Went into a 5-minute fair value gap, breaking back above the inversion fair value gap. And this thing is being sold into pretty, like we just saw a manual sell happen there. Going long now would be, I guess on the 5-minute, you get to see this swing low to swing high. You can kind of see exactly how price came down to that 50% mark, and then is now starting to head higher. So I'll take a position here. We'll aim for 17,027. That's fine. We can leave that there. We'll want to take one here. This is a pretty risky one here too, so I'm gonna raise my stop loss super tight and get stopped out. Either it takes me to it or it doesn't. That's the type of play that I'm looking at right now. So it snagged my entry. That's expected. We can head lower still. I'm just watching price to see if we are looking to head any lower here, if we're just gonna rise up to take out long our buy side there. We'll re-enter. We think that we should be at least able to take out this buy side up here. So like if we set one limit here, for example, I think that we should be able to take that out today. And our sell stops is way down there. So we'll let this run its course while we eat something. We'd like to see it run 17.013. See it run those stops up there. Plus 4 pips, so we'll give it some room. Set a buy limit at that fair value gap down there. And we'll wait. We are in quite of a premium. So generally this is a lower probability play. Right now, I would like for us to see some movement higher to take out that 17.015 mark. And actually, we don't. I'd rather get stopped out right as we entered the body of that candle there. So you can kind of see how poor entries don't allow you to really get anywhere. Oh, what's this? They headed lower now. Looks like it. Okay. So as you can see, entering too early is always a detriment. We're back at that mitigation block now. See if we can try once more.
we will leave our stop 126, 1 at 16. Try once more. Lunchtime run on stops. I'm hoping that the stops it will refer to will be the ones above the 17,013 mark. Typically we do get a lunchtime run on stops, but I suppose it could be on the lower side as well, since Europe is closing. Yes, that's true. That is true. So we should see less volume occur right around now. So it depends on where the algo wants to take us now. If it wants to take us further down into that 5-minute fair value gap, so be it. Just note that it already came down into optimal trade entry area, but we are in quite a premium, so we're taking that into account as well. All right. So again, this is lunchtime. We don't expect to see any sort of anything other than accumulation or stop hunts. So very good chance that our stops will get hunted. We don't expect any major price action here. And really that's it. I mean, really nothing much to it. This is not the kind of play that you want to be in, by the way. I prefer being in the morning, and generally when I'm in these kinds of plays, I lose money. Oil, meanwhile, is up another 100 points. Wow. Should have been trading oil today. Okay. Let's see what else we got going on here. So now we've created a higher short-term high. We should be able to raise our stops to roughly 90. At least the constant encroachment of that. Let's see. All right, so at this point, we should be able to de-risk. If price comes back down on us, then it is what it is. No big deal. We will stay in this position until we see further movement. And let's see, it's about 11 o'clock, so we'll keep our eyes out. $13, 1, 2, 3, 4. Take our first profit up there. Because if we head lower, then we're gonna head much lower. But so far, we'll take our first profit as we make new highs. And then we'll aim for a daily move much higher than we anticipate. I don't know if that's possible, actually. Probably close to 300, more reasonable there. So we'll let that trade run as we take care of a couple things here. What have we got here? Okay, we'll let that trade go. Okay, let's see where we are at. So the trade is playing out. We're giving ourselves the buy side plus a few points here. So this is roughly a high of 1712.75. We're giving it a little bit of room to play around with. And of course, if it takes that, we'll give it a little bit further room to play around with the 17.026. We'll give room for this trade to breathe. We do think that we'll take out some of these run-on stops here. So I do think it'll head up to 17,012.75. Doesn't have to, but I think it will. Since there are sell stops waiting there. Okay, let's see what we got here. Kind of like twiddling around a bit. Should be able to raise our stop loss to the midpoint here. I think we'll chop at 17K. Yeah, potentially. Very good chance. It's a key level, right? So, green 200, that's better than me. It looks like we are starting our descent lower. Heading down to a bullish order block here. Yeah, there's a lot of big orders around these areas, so it makes sense that there's a lot of people who have strong opinions around these areas, right? We're at a volume imbalance on the 5-minute now. Just took a look at my accounts after being down over 2K. I'm getting green across 5 PAs. Awesome. Great job. Yeah, it's tough. It's like we're creeping down right now, so we'll probably get stopped out in profit, but not much profit. Okay. Again, breaching that inversion fair value gap on the 1 minute time frame. Breaching that once more. There is buy side. Resting above these two relative equal highs now. Just keep that in mind. We're still in this bullish order block down here. We've broken through another one here. That doesn't really consider it. I don't consider this to be a bullish order block, honestly. We might take these stops out here. As we head down into this area of buy side imbalance. If I see us start to trend upwards from here, that would be key for me. I want to see a big displacement above that south side there. All right, got an entry. Why? Then there's another one here that I can leave. And another one here as well. Insert name here. I'm done for the day. Wanted my shorts off 17K and got chopped, stopping while in green. Good man. I'm glad you're stopping while you're in green, brother. That's killer. I don't think I'm gonna get my orders here. Maybe not. Oh, we might be offsides here. Let's see. Okay, so if we see this reach further down, we are on our way down now. Well, it doesn't look like we was a quick little blip, but looks like we're gonna be stopped out here. That's quite a bit of a sell-off there. I mean, we would need a really big bounce here if we're gonna not get stopped out. Kind of sucks, but it is what it is. But it doesn't look like we're gonna. I think based on that move, we came up to a sell Cibi, and we sold off there, and while we are in a 5-minute fair value gap, we haven't seen the type of movement that we need to see in order for us to feel comfortable with this going long. So I have a feeling we're gonna get stopped out here. Where could we go for next? Well, I suppose when we're looking at the 1-minute time frame, we can certainly see us go all the way down here to this bullish order block down here that hasn't been touched. There's a good chance we'll be stopped out here, though. The price just is not moving in our direction. We're not seeing immediate response that price is moving in our direction. So I think that there's a good chance that we're going to get stopped out. Just looking at the price on the higher time frame as well, it doesn't seem like it's going to be, conducive towards longs. It keeps rejecting at key levels. It's very, very heavy now. Price seems to be selling off quite a bit. Except for things like that, which kind of creep up. So I think we're in trouble here. And there it is. Okay, so we have movement downwards. We have lower time frame targets here. We have a shift in market structure. We did break below a short-term low on the 15-minute here. So we need to see. See how low this goes. Keep this in mind. Let's see, on the 1 minute, we've headed down into this. We've seen movement back upwards, so saw price get bought back up here. So I'm watching. This was a level that I would think that we could trade down to, but we traded down to it and currently are respecting this, so. Try again. Oh, looks like we might be heading lower, I guess. Mm-hmm. Move this further down to see how close we got. I see. Just barely dipped down below there. Okay. So that was a discount buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency into a bullish order block as well on the 1 minute time frame. This was a bullish order block here. So we'll see if this stands or not. We don't know. But as our overall bias was still to the upside, we want to take plays like this as we are in discount, even if it goes against us. What time is it? 12:05. So we'll continue to watch this, see how this reacts here. If we continue to see sell-off, well, we are definitely offsides then. Those double tops do seem suspect though. I would imagine price would want to take out that buy side liquidity next. Okay, let's see where we're at right now. All right, so we see a little movement up here. This can be a mitigation block here, so be careful. Let's see what we have here. So there's price of people that went long that are trying to sell here. People that went long are now trying to get out of their positions or trying to sell. Institutions that want to buy are pairing their limit orders with those market orders to sell. We move our stops up to the low below this candle now that we've seen us head up a bit on price. We're seeing price mitigate from there. Question is how low does it go? Looks like it wants to keep going lower. I think sell side is where we're at right now. It looks like all the sell side's being taken here. It doesn't look like buy side's anymore safe any longer. So too much of a premium. Macro isn't supporting. Sell side is very, very strong right now. Looks like a lot of people are trying to get out of their positions. And it doesn't look like, even though we created a double top there, it doesn't look like we're going to have enough juice to head higher. So I imagine we get stopped out on this run, and we need to take a look to see where else we might be able to run for next. So unfortunately turned a green day into a red day. It is holding here, which is very bizarre, but higher time frames doesn't really give us anything. Nothing to work with here. We are at an hourly bullish order block. That's the only thing that's kind of keeping me long, is that we're at that hourly bullish order block still. So that shift in market structure was true. It did shift lower, and we're at 12 something. So we do have a short-term low here that we could run from the morning. So let's wait for that to run out first, and then let's see what happens next. As long as we stay candle close within this bullish order block, that might be where we can potentially take another long. But we're keeping the whole macro in mind that we haven't created a lower low yet. So we're going to keep this whole segment in consideration. So let's let lunchtime take those lows out. Take those stops out. And then we'll go from there. Oh, of course, it starts to react here, right? It's not enough for me to think that we are completely out of the woods. 15-minute went down to almost the bullish breaker once more. I'd like to see us go heavier into that first, since I don't see evidence yet of us truly reversing. Okay, so we're starting to see a little bit of movement above higher, lower highs, but still nothing. We created basically a relative equal low here now. So that low, 16,965, 16,965.50. So with those lows created, I don't trust the movement yet. I need to see those lows taken out, see that sell side liquidity taken out first into that bullish order block on the 15-minute before I feel comfortable taking a long again. We did not close in that midway point of this bullish order block on the hourly. So I am tempted to still take longs, but I want to wait for us to take that short-term low out first. right, intermediate term low, or short-term low formed. We're at a bearish order block here. We bounced up on the hourly candle. Need to see how we react at this bearish order block here. Oh, that is so frustrating. I wanted to give us a run below those relative equal lows for us to potentially head higher. Four-hour chart headed traded down below too. So yeah. Down to a bullish order block, but have not created a true displacement higher yet. So bearish order block has been respected here. And we traded up to it and have sold off here. So again, I'm looking for us to spike down below this first before we take a position. So we should have waited for quite a bit of a discount before we entered in. Now that I see, we could have waited at least for the bullish order block on the 5-minute. Could have waited for return to the bullish order block on the 15-minute, hourly as well. Could have waited for the return to the hourly bullish order block too. So lots of things there we could have done. Now we're heading back down. Hopefully that was just to pick up some orders, but if we see this fail here, then potentially we head lower. One-minute bullish order block, or rather up close candle would be more accurate to say. So we want to see these lows taken out and then see if the price has the willingness to split. Okay. All right. Price has just been creeping up right now after it headed into that fair value gap on the 1 minute time frame. The price has had a difficult time creating a lower low though. $12.24. All right. We start to see price head upwards. Let's see if we get a third drive up into that mitigation block lower. So we need to see if price reaches above this mitigation block and bounces off of it. You see in the 5 minute, there are some sell-side imbalances above us to target. So we do get displacement above this. That's where we might start to think to layer on longs in order to target those relative equal highs for the afternoon. right now I'm testing to see if price is willing to head higher or if it's just immediately reacting lower. If we were going to see a stark reaction from here, my thoughts are we would have seen that by now. Hmm. We are at a previous high, short-term high too, so this can serve as a potential area of resistance as well. But I think I'm seeing accumulation higher, and I would like for us to see prices head upwards. We're at a bullish order block here. We could see something at the high here, 16995.50. Okay. Plug this other computer in. As I wait, oil is on the way down. CPU lows 3073.77. And we're gonna get stopped out here. We don't want like that movement there. We'll re-enter though, that's fine. Oh crap. I thought I was using one lots, apparently not. Let's manage this then. Let's sell 5. Terminus up here. And let's manage this down here. We need to take a few off here. I do tend to trade 2 micros, but unfortunately I misclicked on this one. I need to reduce my risk here if I get the chance to. Otherwise, we could get steamrolled here real quick. Come on. Give me the chance to get out of some of this position. I need to reduce this by a few contracts, but I need to hopefully get the chance to do that first. Otherwise, we are in some trouble. We don't like to see that. That's okay. Let's take on cells. So that just stopped out a lot of longs there. I do see that as a shift upward, so I think I'm going to keep my stop there and leave price where it's at right this moment. We need to see higher highs if we're going to see us head any higher, though. Otherwise, we could just drop from here. We need to see candle closes higher. I do always trade micros, yes. Minis can run against you pretty quickly. Don't love how things are going here. Price isn't really respecting those buy-ups there. And we're in a premium as well, so this is just this is us looking at the hourly candle and seeing that we got in a little bit too late. So we'll leave it there for the time being. If it goes against us and completely reverses, then, well, that is why you don't accidentally misclick here. So it does look like it's going to reach down to take out some stops now. I was thinking that was a state of delivery shift there, but no, we're on the edge of a previous low, and we need to really see some support. Otherwise, we're gonna head lower, clear out some of those relative equal lows down there. Yep, lots of poor trading today. And of course, right when I enter or exit, right when my stop gets taken rather, it decides to switch on me and head higher. So let's continue. Take one off here as we head up there. Man, that's so wild that it takes me immediately at my stop and then heads higher. Very wild. Okay, so took one contract off there. We are aiming for these relative equal highs here, so I'm going to load up as we come back to other buy side liquidity areas. I'm going to continue to support this movement higher as we come back down into fair value gap areas. And let's keep going. So we have some price moving down. Let's keep that rolling. Oil is nearing a relative short-term low. So want to see that taken out first. Okay. See some movement higher. We just took out these relative equal highs here. So let's keep that in mind as we just take out buy side there. If we return back down into this area, I might pyramid some. In fact, I'll add a couple right now. And then when we head back down, I'll add a couple more. Volume imbalance there. I'll add two more at that volume imbalance. And at this one as well. Come on, give me my two. So I'm using the lower time frame analysis. I'm looking at a couple of things at that lower time frame analysis. We just took buy side there. We have, if this will give me, so we have a return to a bullish order block there, and a couple of volume imbalances to rebalance there. And we do have a return potentially down back to this area down here. So we're going to mark that as a buy side imbalance that we want to be potentially pyramiding entries into as well. Again, do not take any of my trades. This is not financial advice. You can and will lose money taking and will We'll end with a position here, one in the middle, and one at the edge. And our sell stop is going to be below, excuse me, below that. And we'll keep our limits roughly around here. So we should expect for us to head down into that buy side imbalance to pick up some more orders. I will be safe and I'll keep my stop loss well below this area, because if we head down there, then we're for sure going to be splitting up there. Let's monitor this institutional order flow entry drill there. And let's go there. So we are still looking forward to this buy side imbalance. We want to see that respected here. We don't want to see it trade any lower than that. If it does, then we're probably in trouble well, we technically do have this bullish order block here, but that's what we would like to see. We like to see it supported at this bullish order block here. Let's see. ASU, dude, you should show P&L. It would be better for the stream. Maybe, but you know, if you don't like it, then you don't have to stay. I'm not keeping you here. I'm trading price action. The P&L will come later. All P&L does is seed people that only care about P&L. If you take a good trade, you take a good trade. If you read price action, read price action. It won't matter what your scale is at that time. If you can scale, great. No big deal there. You can trade 1 micro, you could trade 10 micros, you could trade 2 minis, 10 minis. As long as you're taking the right trades, it doesn't really matter. P&L does not matter. It does not add to the value of any particular new traders' training, nor does it add to their need to grow. It doesn't add to their ability to grow there. So there's no need to show P&L. I can and will show P&L at some point, but not right now when I'm trading. So now we will likely, let's give ourselves a little bit of buffer here. We will hit those relative equal highs, just a matter of how far above those we get. So we'll say, take off the majority here. Let's remove these. We'll take off 6 here. It'll let me. And then we can put this up here. We'll sell 1 at 16, 17, 16. And I'm targeting the relative equal highs that are there. It doesn't have to hit up there, but at this time, we're pretty certain that we'll be able to take that out. Let me take a look at where our stop is though, see if there's any potential there. Okay. We have our movement upwards. Price can still come back down, but I'm anticipating, and technically I should keep my stop below this fair value gap. that would be better of a stop management. All right, so we have price continuing to move upwards. We have price also hasn't come back down yet to take out and to come back to this bullish order block. So if it does, I will finish my pyramid and head up higher. So I want to add one more contract if it does come down there. There we go. And then I'll add one more as well. So finish the full position. Actually, I need to sell 2 of these. Oh, looks like wait, I thought I had 1. Misclicked again. Let me take 2 off here. And I'll take another one off in a second. So let's sell a bit here. We'll take 1 off up here. So now we're back at full position. That's what we wanted to see. And we want to sell 8 there, 9, and then 10. Perfect. Okay, so that's our full position that we want to leave on. We want to see it price support this buy side imbalance here. We don't want to see price head any lower than that. We want to see this bullish order block supported as well. On the hourly, about 4 minutes left on the hourly candle. And terminus is the relative equal highs that we see up above here. We see this as our buy side liquidity. And ideally, we don't see anything head below this sell side imbalance, buy side imbalance rather. Again, do not take my trades as you can and will lose money. Sometimes these markets don't trade according to plan. So we are keeping our stop below that 5-minute bullish order block there. We did just reject off of a 15-minute bearish order block. So we're keeping in mind what's occurring here. We're keeping an eye out, really close eye on this. We should not need to. I guess there is, now that I see it, there is a little bit of a fair value gap down here. Didn't see this before, but there's one just down here. Let me pull this up here. And it is at the lower portion of this bullish order block. I didn't see that earlier, but that's on the 1-minute time frame. And let me actually remove some of these data markers I can't see on my chart. Yes. So we're going to keep that in mind. And ideally, obviously, we would prefer to see our price remain above this buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. As we head towards the relative equal highs there, we will hold this. We'll hold this trade. If it gets stopped out, it gets stopped out. If it doesn't, then it's fine as well. so far today, we've come up to take and engineer relative equal highs. So I think that in retail mind, generally that means that there's a resistance here. In our perspective, we like to see these bullish order blocks held in our, if we take a look at the hourly, for example, we like to see bullish order blocks supporting price there. And so what we're going to be aiming for is this area up here. If I can draw it out. This is where we start to have relative equal highs. Right here. Buy side liquidity. Let's see if that shows up there. It does. Okay, so we can kind of see that this buy side liquidity remains. And that is outstanding still. Can price go lower? Yes, absolutely. So we're at 1 o'clock. There's no other economic factors today in this afternoon. 12:30 was we had Fed member Bostic speaking at 12:30. The only other thing that remains is at 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock, which won't impact our trading. We saw sell side, we took sell side liquidity there. So we'd like to see us continue to see support higher. We do see quite a bit of movement from that bearish order block up there. On the hourly though, let me see what we're looking like on the 4 hour as well. The 4 hour chart, we came down to a bullish order block and filled in the outstanding buy side imbalance. There is a little bit left on that, but we have since come back upwards. So we'll see how we end today. So coming on 1 o'clock soon. Now we're at 1 o'clock. So let's see how the 1 to 2 o'clock p.m. time frame goes. Keep in mind any open fair value gaps to consider for the 2 to 3 p.m. silver bullet. Majority of our position comes off at that buy side liquidity, which is 1710.75. See if I can draw that out too. Buy side liquidity. Okay. We can remove this hourly now. We've referred to it multiple times. No more need for that. So here, we now just wait for a price to head up there. Oh, we got some movement here. see. Oh, wow, we just got completely stopped out there. All right, well, that was a interesting play. So it came down to that mitigation block once more. That was quite a bit of a manual sell-off here. I'm gonna I don't think that it's done aiming for those relative equal highs, but it did recently just take. Let me restart my position there with a tight stop loss here in case it is meant to go lower. It does look like it took out some buy stops there, though. That was a wicked rundown. If I have bought the first FPG in the second order block and out above the first swing, yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm still like of the impression that we are going to head up to take out those relative equal highs. They're just a little bit too smooth for me. But again, I've been wrong before. This could be the top of a market maker sell model too, with that reaction. I mean, very possible. But we did take out sell stops there, so I do want to restart my position here. And if it heads down into bullish order blocks, I will restart the position either way. But you're right. It was probably a bit too much into premium for me to be taking that long. Now, let's take a look at the swing that we just broke out of there. Let's see if I can swing this. So that swing took us to the equilibrium point there. And so we should now allow us to head and take out the remainder up there. Don't lose more, close please. Yeah, I should probably close the charts here, huh? Wow, look at that sell-off there. I'm definitely offsides. I mean, with that amount of sell, I'm closing the position here. If it'll let me close, what's going on here? Okay, so here, the hourly, even though it came down to this area and supported, right now we have price heading back upwards, but we are seeing some pretty large sells here. And we're not seeing, you're right, actually, the setup isn't there. I was taking a lower time frame movement, and that lower time frame has been rejected here. We're in the middle of a dealing range, and we're in the middle of another dealing range as well. So as you can see, we're seeing a decent amount of sell-offs here, like big chunks as well. Let me see. I don't think there's any other initiatives here. Yeah, there's nothing economic that's even lower time frame, I don't think. So these are manual. These are definitely manual intervention here. These are not economic event related sell-offs here. Each of these sell-offs does end up being bought up, but for the time being, I think we'll just watch.
Let's see where we are. Let's see what we got. Hi, Joe Rogan. I don't mean to be rude, but you should look for the first 1 minute fair value gap when the rebalance happens. Then add to it second order block out by the swing, which would be this swing high here. Yeah, that would have been the completion of that order block. I was thinking that we would be heading higher to take out those relative equal highs, but obviously the market chose otherwise. I don't trust buy models. Almost lost my account in the recent buy program. Yeah, this is one heck of a sell program that we're in right now. I think we're gonna head low, take out those relative equal lows. But I'm not gonna, I mean, I'm off sides being on the buy side. So sell side right now seems like it's gonna run for these relative equal lows down here. On the higher time frames, we still see, we need to see if this hourly order block still remains, or if we head down to take out some of the previous areas of liquidity that are left open. But one heck of a sell going on right now. Probably what could have keyed us off here was the displacement lower on the 5 minute. It wasn't like a huge displacement. I would have preferred to see a fair value gap there, but we did see that we ended up coming up to this fair value gap, rejecting off of a bearish order block on the 5 minute and continuing the market maker sell model. So that probably would have been a better key, is to pay attention to the 5 minute chart. We did end up heading just below this low of 16,956.50, 15,959.65. Yeah, 65. Okay, so that took out sell side liquidity there. 65. Actually, it did not. It went to exactly the low there. So, but that was a really quick move to the low there. So this no longer valid. This also no longer valid. We need to see where else we need to go, because there's relative equal lows that are being engineered down here that people are seeing as potential support, right? So we don't want to think that way. We want to look for, so right now there was a bearish order block rebalance, the first 5 minute bearish fair value gap, and headed down. Yes, it did. So now it bounced back up off the hourly fair value gap, or sorry, the hourly bullish order block here. So I don't think it's bearish yet. As strange as that sounds, I mean, I do see that we did shift here, but we've had a difficult time coming back above it. So we haven't created a lower low yet. So I'll try once more with 2 contracts. Let me see real quick. Do we finish the market maker buy model yet? Yes, we did. And we are more likely to have a market maker sell model. Extend that long green candle. On the 5 minute. You're talking about the one at 11:45, 11:40?
This one here. The 5-minute, yes, it did. But I am still looking on the higher time frames, and it doesn't look like, at least on the 4-hour, it does look like it came down and bounced off of a bullish order block as well on the 4-hour. While the 5-minute certainly did end up going lower, I'm keeping an eye on this to see if it is going to respect that hourly bullish order block here. If it's going to respect that here, that's what I want to see, right? Or if it's going to blow through it, it's going to head for this short-term low down here. And that we can scalp. So we'll have to use 2 contracts, no more, no less. Let's see, do we see any institutional movement? We don't see institutional displacement to the buy side yet, so we cannot take that. Sell side has reached terminus of that short market maker sell model here that we just witnessed here. Okay. So let's see, what day of the day say? Tuesday. We'll wait for the 2:00 p.m. time frame, and then we'll see what forms then. This is the one that he's mentioning here. But right now, this is the sell side liquidity that is available. Lots of buys here. I have a feeling that's going to be run through to the downside. Hey, thanks a lot. No, I appreciate you coming in here. Yeah, we'll keep a good eye on this. I think you're probably right that likely sell side will be taken. But yeah, it's in a premium now, so I think that we're gonna be potentially heading lower here. But thanks for coming in. Appreciate you. So with this much selling going on, I'm thinking that, yeah, we probably, like we've seen multiple times now that being on the buy side has been on the wrong side today, at least in the afternoon. So we'll see if we can find something on the 2:00 to 3:00 time frame that allows us to go. Okay. AM attacked buy sides, PM should attack sell side. That's what ICT says. Interesting. I did see he released something in the morning, but I didn't have a chance to look at that. But yeah, he's right. He's definitely right. We attacked buy side here. And now it does seem like it's building up a short here. I think that he is right. I think that in order for us to finish off this model, we see there's a market maker sell model forming here. This was the buy model and it ended with this consolidation. So I'm thinking on the sell side, we're better suited to take that. But we'll wait for 2 o'clocks. I think we're going to blow through these lows here, aiming for this short-term low and this short-term low as well. We've seen the market having trouble getting back above a bearish order block up here, even though the higher time frames state that we've bounced off of a bullish order block. So despite the higher time frames having bounced off of a bullish order block in the past, I think we need to be prepared for price to head out to take out these relative equal lows here. Key areas to look for, we have this bearish order block, this entire order block here that we could potentially take a short at. No fair value gaps waiting here. 15-minute has a bit of a inversion fair value gap here. So we might keep an eye on this to take shorts. So if price can get back up to that inversion fair value gap, we will take shorts. Man, I should have stopped in the morning. Oh, I'm down quite a bit red. Let's wait for a confirmation or at least a signal. Yeah, agreed. Price heading up to this inversion fair value gap and breaking down would be my next potential target. It's on a 15-minute time frame. I am keeping in mind that we've bounced twice off of this bullish order block here, but we're in a premium. So let's see. Let's give it some time. Oil is now getting to a relative equal low and a premium. They're still green on that side. Let's see what we got here. All right, so we're heading up to this inversion fair value gap. Let's see what happens here. Leg in one sell, and then one sell at the midpoint there as well. It's almost 1:30 here, so we'll give it some time here. Oh wow, totally missed out on this. Does not look like we were correct here. We are offsides. Um, yeah, missed out on this. Damn. Looks like it's gonna keep creeping upwards now. Okay, well that definitely did not work as an inversion fair value gap there, so I think I need to close out of this. I mean, let's see. I guess we went above it, and now we bounce off of this for sure. I'm closing. Oh man. Stop has to be much closer now because it can just spike up and finish off this binomial. Yeah, I think this is gonna, uh, since it busted up above this fair value gap, this inversion fair value gap, I'm wondering if it's going to hold and continue higher or if it's gonna retrace back, right? All right. What we're gonna do now, since we have ASUH dude spilling some negativity in here, is we're gonna have to put you in timeout, buddy. We're gonna put you in timeout for 24 hours. Come back another day, ASUH dude. It's people like that that kind of ruin streams for people. All right, so it does look like we're keeping this here. We might get stopped out here. So if this is meant to go higher, then it's meant to go higher. It does look like it's supporting price to move higher still. Yep, so we bounced off the top of that. We've balanced that range, so if we continue here, we very well might head higher here. Let's see. Yeah, I mean that little bit lower, I'm gonna close out of the position because we have been a little too wrong today. So I think we're gonna close up for today. Unfortunately, we did not have a good day today. We were offsides, did not wait for our entries, and we got pummeled for it. So as we see here, we are likely going to end for our original bias, our gut feel, heading towards those relative equal highs. That was the correct move, and we see that on the 4-hour chart. We see that on the 1-hour chart. So higher time frames almost always win. So with this, I imagine we head for this short-term high here, and then these relative equal highs there. We do have a lot of liquidity being built here and waiting. It's just kind of like waiting there. So there's two draws that can happen. If we were to take out that relative equal high draw, then I would imagine we would either come back down and take this out at some point, or keep those there. I would be surprised if these three kept there, but you know, it is what it is. I need to go offline to take care of something real quick, but I'll be right back, okay?